It helps when you press your push to cough button if you don't bounce your finger off the button when you cough. Sorry about that. Alright, YouTube going? YouTube is going. Okay. What? This is not the EU server. So Mechanistery very kindly sent me the beavers. So this is a folktale with his little like log thing. I'm not sure what that is he's carrying. Actually, I think it's a log. His little like colored apron thing. It's wood. It's not plastic. It's wood. Hand carved, hand painted. Mine actually look different to Grumbles's. Grumbles's have different expressions. And this is an iron tooth. I can't see YouTube chat right now, apologies. And that is an iron tooth with his little hammer. His little, like, trinketified tail. Very stoic. So they sent those out in a little, nice little box. So I've got some. Grumbles has got some. Let me grab YouTube chat. Because I have to grab the chat individually for each YouTube stream, which is a pain in the backside. Because every YouTube stream has its own chat URL. Yay, that's stupid. Okay. I must keep the beavers when I move no matter what. Well, so hopefully I'll end up with a place where I can have some kind of like gaming, you know, memorabilia display. Although, so the place that I was looking at today has no space at all. Like, I'm not even sure I could fit my bed in. So, I don't know about that. I will try. Yeah. We'll see. Anyway. So what we're going to be doing is I want to look at some of the new mechanics. So in order to progress kind of through it, what I'm going to do is just like have a total like casual playthrough. So we're going to do a new game. We're going to do, I think we'll do Folktales. Although I do like the Iron Teeth. And then maybe we'll play one of these unconventional maps. Because there's some, I don't know whether they've retrospectively added the new mechanics. They usually do. Because there is, I can't remember which one I was watching Cringer play. I think it was that one. Might have been that one. Because I haven't played this for a couple of updates. And so there's been a few things added. So this update, 1.0, adds automation. Which, and a lot of this stuff that's been added recently used to be mods. But then a couple of updates ago, they also added some stuff which I haven't seen yet either, or haven't tried yet. Which is like, for example, being able to build stuff over anything. So they've gradually added to this like 3D-ness of the game. And one of the things now is like tunnels and being able to put soil on top of things, which you couldn't do previously. And so now you can build like a building, and then as far as I know, you can build like farmland on top of the building, which you couldn't do before. So I haven't played that version of the game at all yet. What I don't know is whether they've included all that stuff in these other maps. Diorama, which I really like, it doesn't have enough space to add that stuff, so I don't think they will have done that. Yeah, as far as I know, Yak, you could do that. I've always wanted to do this map, but I've never done it. But I kind of want to play one of these new ones. Let's read the thing. A lone green refuge in the wasteland surrounded by aquifers that can be accessed by clever beaver engineering. Creature plumbing is the first skill a wasteland beaver has to learn. This slope is full of small irrigated enclaves. However, dangers abound in the region. Should you not be careful, those areas will become anything but hospitable. I think this might be the one that has explosives that are rigged to go off at certain points. I don't know. Yeah, I was pretty early. I think the version that I streamed first, I think was 0.3. And it was one of the first variety games that I streamed. It might have been the first game that I streamed that wasn't World of Warships, actually. Now that I think about it. Yeah. Before I even did like War Thunder. It was a while. Yeah. Because it's taken them a long time to get to 1.0. Because when was this actually released? Was it 2018? Oh no, 2021. It released into early access September the 15th, 2021, which I'm pretty sure is when I started trying it. But the alpha was 2019. Alpha 2019, beta 2020, demo 2021. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know which one. I don't know. Oh, this one's a weird shape. I don't know which one Cringer was doing. This one looks kind of cool with the green oasis. Let's do this one. Custom. And then, because I want to make progress, I'm going to do easy. Tutorial? Should we turn the tutorial on, or should we just kind of figure it out with the new stuff? I think I've played this enough that we can just figure it out. In theory. The tutorial will only slow us down, and it'll be telling us about all the stuff I already know. Oh, alrighty. It's been a while. I can already see new things. So, I've learned from watching Cringer, the first thing that you need to do is this. See why? Because there's now this stuff. I don't know whether this has any tunnels on this map, but see that? Is that actually shown on the surface? See, no. See this little, see that? That is connected to that underwater, underground. I don't think this map is particularly bad, but I was watching Cringer play one of the other ones. And there's like a completely concealed underground tunnel, and if you don't notice it, and the bad water starts to flow, it will flow straight out of that tunnel and into your fresh water. And so he just instantly lost an entire colony because he just didn't notice this tunnel because he didn't do this. But I think this map is not quite so bad because that one's pretty obvious. And it doesn't look like it's like going to be like, surprise. Yeah, the bad water still exists. So I don't think this one actually has any tunnels. Yeah, I don't think this one has any like hidden secrets. To remember how putting a hex code in front of a beaver's name changes the color, apparently you can also do that to building names. Only changes the name, not the building, but you think changing the color of a district building changes all the beavers' colors. Oh, interesting. Okay. The only problem I had with that was that the color, the way the color was applied was very unblended. So like if you set the beaver to red, they would literally just be flat red texture. It didn't have any kind of like blending mode. So it just didn't look very good. It looked like a feature that they'd never implemented. Okay. So there's some new things. I don't know what these are. So we got geothermal field, a source of constant free power that can be harnessed with the right contraption. Okay. Yes, Telsnake, I have. Relic, ancient technology that can be demolished for a burst of science. That's pretty cool. Bad water seep, a source of bad water with limited pressure. Oh. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because a normal source would overtop this pool. Limited pressure, unlimited dangers. What does that mean? Okay, I guess we'll learn about that. And we've got a water seep. Okay. Maybe there's a building we can stick on that. We've got whatever the hell that is. Bad tide drain. Spews out bad water during a bad... Oh. Spews out bad water during a bad tide. Okay. So we need to find all of those. So that's going to overtop that and then go like in through here. Potentially over there, or through there, down there. That's bad. So that's seep. That hasn't changed. That hasn't changed. That's a seep. That's a seep. So is there like a normal... Where's my normal river? There isn't one. There is no normal river. Huh. Okay. The hell does that work? Eh? How does that work? So I've got this water source, but there's no flowing river. So I'm guessing what this does is produces water, but only up to a certain height. So it's not going to overtop this. But presumably if I cut a channel, it would flow. Potentially, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We still have these blockage things. Would I recommend it? Hell yes. This is one of my favorite games ever. Although I haven't played this update or the previous one. And so there's a lot of new mechanics that I haven't seen yet. At least I haven't played myself. But I very much doubt that they have ruined anything. I hope that they've made it even better. This game is fantastic. This is one of the best games I have ever played. It is so well done. The graphic style is fantastic. I use the word ambience too much, but the kind of ambience, the ambiance of the game is amazing. Like the character of it is great. It's one of the things I love about this is that the tech tree is there's a lot of stuff, but it's not overwhelming, right? So as you're going through the game, you unlock stuff at your own pace because the way you unlock stuff is with science, and you can unlock it at your own pace. But even though there is all this progress, it's not overwhelming because it's kind of in a few different categories. And like once you understand how housing works, all the housing is just like different slight variations on a theme. The way that food works, there's just a few variations on a theme. And so it has this lovely, gentle progression. Unlike some other games that I can think of, like, for example, like a similar kind of game like Factorio, where it kind of vomits the tech tree at you. So you're like, oh, I see you've been playing for half an hour. Blah, here's all the tech. And it just explodes. And suddenly you don't know what you're doing. This feels a lot more gradual. And so if you're the kind of person who gets overwhelmed by games doing that, this doesn't do that, which is really nice. It's highly customizable. It's got great mod support in the Steam Workshop. People make custom maps because it has a map editor, so you can make your own maps and you can share them with people. Yeah, this is a very different experience to Factorio. This isn't a factory game, so it's got some differences. I'm just trying to think of other games that have that kind of tech tree explosion kind of thing. So Factorio is definitely one of them. This is more like Satisfactory, for example, where it kind of like gradually introduces you to concepts. So there are a lot of different concepts, but they come to you quite steadily. The difficulty levels are very nice in this. So I'm currently playing on easy mode. But then you have standard mode, which is quite challenging. And then you have hard mode, which is like impossible. But you can also customize the difficulty levels. So you've got these like 3 presets, but you can go in and tweak it to your heart's content. And so you can like dial in the difficulty to exactly what you want it to be. And so if there's a particular mechanic that you don't like, you can kind of tweak that a little bit, which is quite nice. So yeah, overall, I think it's pretty good. Yeah. So highly recommended. And it's just come out a few days ago into full release 1.0 because it's been in early access for about 5 years. But yeah, as I was saying, like some of these mechanics I don't quite understand yet, but we'll get there. So this, for those of you who haven't seen this, this is our district center, which is the building you start with. So this is where our beavers come out of. Currently, we have 9 adult beavers and 4 kits. And then we can employ those beavers to do various things. And the things that we need to take care of basically are food and water. So food, water, and then shelter. But there are sort of like threats in the landscape. So the water can dry up. There's this other thing called bad water, which you can see. I've lost it. There. So this stuff is bad water. And hello? Can I see you, please? There we go. This is bad water, and it is bad. And that's the other thing. Like, this has been a good game ever since it came into early access. This has been a playable, stable, playable game the whole way through, and it did not feel like early access. It feels more like a released game that has gone through some updates. Yeah, so we need to figure out food. So we have some blueberries, but that's not going to feed very many beavers for very long. We have some living trees, which will regrow to a certain extent. But we also have to think about things like farming, and we can only farm on green land. And so we have to be very careful where we place things, and we have to watch out for our water sources. But I don't know yet quite how these seeps work. I'm guessing Because I've seen there's this like aquifer mechanic, but I don't quite know how that works. Because now you can like put an aquifer pump down or something, and you can like pump out of an aquifer. I was expecting that to be in here, but it's not. Holy crap. Lever, relay, flow sensor, depth sensor. This is the 1.0 automation stuff. Contamination sensor, chronometer, weather station, power meter, population counter, resource counter, science counter, indicator, speaker, firework launcher, detonator, timer, memory, HTTP lever. What? An API controlled lever. Humans left a lot of those lying around. But what does it do? HTTP adapter turns its input signal into an API endpoint and webhook calls, whatever that means. What the? What does it do? Interesting. Okay. Where's the aquifer stuff though? Anyway, let's go through. Crops. I don't think they've done anything with crops. So carrots, sunflowers, potatoes. So that there are two different factions and they get different stuff. So this is the food for this faction. Blueberries, dandelions, birch, yeah, pine, chestnut, maple, oak. That hasn't changed. The one mod that I did leave installed was ladder, because I think the game should have ladders. Disconnects a path on demand. Well, that's new. Zip lines I haven't played with yet. Dams, levees, floodgates, fill valve, a one-way outlet that regulates the downstream water level. A one-way water outlet with adjustable flow rate. Tunnel. Storages, I don't think has changed. District management, I don't think has changed. Housing hasn't changed. How does this work? Pumps and filters waters for beaver string, because that's just a normal pump. That's just the old thing. Oh, maybe it's maybe it's an iron teeth thing. Because Cringer was placing aquifer pumps that were apparently creating water from the ground. Maybe that's an iron tooth thing. So maybe we can't use that. Interesting. That's all the same. I think that's all the same. That's the same. Power shaft, vertical power shaft, wind turbines, gravity batteries, geothermal, that's all the same. What's is still the same. Automation, well-being. Anything new? Dance hall. Oh yeah, the detailer. I forgot about that. Yeah, that was in last time we played, but I didn't get to it. Where they can like decorate their tails. Banners. Hedges. Hammocks. That's heckin' cute. Earth recultivator. Distributes tree seeds across the earth. When launched, makes the beavers area extra happy. The underwater sources were pre-built on the map. Yeah, this was I think I couldn't figure out from the previews which maps they were playing on. I don't think either of them was playing on this map, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on which way you look at it. Because this map does not have a flowing river, which is really interesting, and I don't quite understand yet what that does. So we shall see. Right, okay. Now we've situated our... now we've figured out what's going on. Your iron toothing, and you can't see that in yours unless it's on a certain map. It's probably map-based, yeah. This Cringer was definitely doing it. All right, let's do it. So we're gonna need a water pump. So we have how much wood? We have currently the weird stuff. What's my wood count? Am I being an idiot? Where's my wood count? Food. Material. Oh, I don't have any. I don't have any. Okay, I don't have any. What? Do I not normally start with wood? I guess not. Okay. Can I get to any of this? No. Yes. Can I get down there? No. So running out of wood is a definite possibility early on. And like painting yourself into a corner, basically. So I can get down onto here, but I can't get down into here. These are really valuable, these dead trees. But I can't actually get down there right now. So I guess we have to start with this stuff. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, they did right angles with the pods. That's new. Okay, and then we need berry gathering. I forgot where everything is. Get that up. They've definitely done a pass through on the graphics, like the models and stuff. I loved it when they added this. Because they used to just kind of like stand next to the tree. But now they actually munch on the tree. Pretty cute. All right, we have some wood. Nice. Next step, water. The water in Majorca. Why is this in the way? Hello? Does that normally do that? That's kind of annoying. Is that the same for everything? Ooh, I'm not sure I like that. The information panel used to go away when you selected it. How is Starwrath? It exists. I don't like it. I don't like that. Why can I not build that? Oh, this is so annoying. Why have they changed that? Oh, I don't like that. Can I get rid of that somehow? Is that an option that I can set? I really don't like that. Ugh. Maybe if I take, because I've turned this up for you guys. Maybe if I turn that back down again. That's where it should be. But I increase the size so you can read the text. So it used to be the case last time I played. Yeah, let me just see if I can turn it off. No. It used to be the case that when you select an item to build, this information panel that pops up when you mouse over to tell you what it is disappears when you select it to build. Because usually, the place that you're looking to do your build is usually in the center of the screen in the bottom half. That's usually where your camera is when you go to build something, right? So if I want to build something up here, usually I end up with like this kind of view. And I'm looking to build there somewhere, right? So when I select that and go like, okay, I want to build the thing. I can't because the information panel's in the way. And so then I have to move the camera down and build over there. That's really annoying. That is incredibly annoying. I don't like that. I hope that's a bug. Because suddenly you're playing in a screen that's like this big. I don't like that at all. Mod it away? Well, hopefully that's possible. I just don't understand why they've changed that. Because once you've selected it, you don't need to know that stuff. Have I missed something? I don't think I have. No. Okay. Whatever. Is it setting? I just went through the settings. Does not look like it. Probably it's because some players like raised a feature request like, can you have it so the information stays on the screen?
I'm on 6,633 resubbed for 27 months total at tier 1.
I have direct contact with Mechanistry. I might write to them and say like, hey, did you mean to change this? Ayman, thank you very much for the 27. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. All right, we got water. What I've got to do now is remember how this works. Might as well get that in it. It's pretty cool. So you just got these little spots of science that you can go and pick up so you can get some... That's really cool, actually. Because that means you can get some unlocks without having to build science research early on. I quite like that. So we've got that one there. Are there any other ones we can get to? I don't think so. No. So I can already build planks. We should probably do Forester, so I don't accidentally paint myself into a corner. Because then I can make planks to make the Forester. Yeah, let's do that. Nice. So how the hell If you don't have flowing water, how the hell do you do power? Have they shifted the balance, shifted the focus onto geothermal now? How does this work? Because, like, how do you can't have a water wheel because there's nothing flowing? Like, a geothermal engine needs... Oh, it's only logs and planks, interestingly. Windmills? Yeah, but the windmills are crap. Windmills are terrible because the wind doesn't go very consistently. It's very, like... very on and off. The beaver wheel is the other faction, I think. Don't know if... Oh, it does, actually. But that's not a good solution either. Bursty. Yeah, that's a very good... So I guess we do geothermal. Guess that's where we're going. 160. I can actually afford that. Interesting. That's 400. Okay. I'm okay with that. So I guess then initially, if we set up we set up a lumber mill. So what does this geothermal look like? Okay. I guess I can place that actually. We'll put that as low priority. We'll do a lumber mill here. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I'll do that. And then we'll power that with beaver. Until we have that. And then we can turn that off. Or something. I also need to build science. So that we can have science.
Bye, patron Stainy Gooch.
Bye. Stainy Gooch. What? I don't know. Don't ask me.
Hydrate.
I feel like I just did that. All right, it's Danny. Have a good time. The other thing we need to do, efficient farmhouse, employs farmers to... The other thing I always forget to do is put farms in until it's like really late and then end up being very, very limited by the fact that I've only got berries. So let's forget that. You have 11 beverages fermenting. You have to wait months to taste them. Oh no. You should have started sooner. Let this be a lesson to you. You can, yeah, you can taste them sooner. They just might be a bit yeasty. This is a one-off grunt. I have too much other stuff to do. This is just me saying thank you to Mechanistry. At least for the time being. I got too many other things to play. On Wednesday, we're going to be looking at... I've forgotten what it's called with Grumbles. Nice. Do some work, lazy. Run like the wind. Are we halfway to the time change? We're more than halfway. It's going to be next weekend. We are 2/3 of the way there. Going medieval? No. Ever wind. Ever something. It's like vintage story in the sky. Vintage hightail skycraft. Okay, we should probably do a forester. I bet they still haven't implemented my idea with the borders. Yeah, I don't know, Bruce. We'll see. I think co-op it could be pretty nice. We have power. Oh, no, we don't. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So now the buildings have like... Oh. That's pretty cool. So before, the buildings would just kind of just instantly pop into existence when they finished construction. But now they actually go through stages of construction. That's pretty cool. I like. We like. Storage have changed? It didn't look like that. It's the same buildings. Small pile. I mean, you might be thinking of like the previous change. It looks like it's the same as last time I played. But it did go through a big rework. Around the same time that districts got overhauled. That was about 3 updates ago. Yeah, that's the case. Yeah. Because the whole like mixed storage thing got incredibly complicated, especially when you added in multiple districts. And so they did this big update where they changed the way that storage works, they changed the way that districts works, they removed the limit on district path lengths. And the whole game just became so much easier. In terms of, I don't mean easier as in like difficulty level, I mean easier as in like easier to cope with. It's a massive quality of life change. And I'm so glad they did that. Because the old mixed storage was a nightmare. I'm kind of confused. When is it that I'm seeing the ghost, and when is it that I'm seeing... Why am I now seeing the ghosts again? What? Eh? Oh, what the... That was a mod. That's cool. What are you? Storage overlay. So what is now... I'm in build mode? But I wasn't, though. Was I? Or maybe I was. Oh, it's just literally if you have any of the menu items open. Right. Okay. Oh, that's cool. That makes it look a lot more alive. We lack. We should start looking at lodges. But I don't yet have stairs. That's handy, but I'm not sure I like it. Where's my... I forgot where everything is. What? What is your problem? Crops. Carrots. Stop complaining. Plant something. Why can I not have... Hello? Oh, that's interesting. So because I set that as a lower... Did I, though? Does the build priority get passed through to the workplace? Why is that? I didn't set that. Oh, have they linked those two? I don't like that. I'm not sure I like that. Why can I not increase that? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I need to watch when, although that's not a workplace. I need to watch when that gets built as to whether the workplace gets the priority passed through. Because if it passes the construction priority through to the workplace, I don't like that. It would not be good. Yeah, there are. So the way that it used to work, but they might have changed this, is that you have a construction priority and a workplace priority. And that if you set the construction priority to, say, low, once the building gets built, the workplace priority is still neutral. So every building gets built with a neutral priority. It's possible I clicked on the wrong thing. I'll have to, next time I build a place that is a workplace, I'll have to pay attention to where I click. It's possible I clicked in the wrong place. But if they've made it so that the construction priority gets passed through to the workplace priority, I don't like that. Because there are certain buildings that I like to always set their construction priority to a certain, their workplace priority to a certain value. And that's quite often not going to be the same as the construction priority. And so then you have to remember to go back and change it. I like that. Right, we need to get accommodation before I can get new beavers, because this this faction breeds by housing, whereas the other faction breeds through a cloning mechanic. Let's put this to store berries. Let's make that low. He says as they go and ram loads of stuff into it. Okay, let's now put these up to high. Because I need more beavers in it. That's normal. Okay, we're getting some science now, so I need to make sure that I get stairs so I can get down here. Stair, that's 250. Wow, it's gone up. Oh, what's that? Or has it? Yeah, let's get stairs. Build that, because then we can get down there and we can harvest those trees. Alright, so I now have almost all of my beavers covered by accommodation. Once they get that one built, then I can actually start potentially getting some new ones. Because one of the traps that new players tend to fall into is they forget about that, and then, or they don't realize. And then their adult beavers start to die of old age. And then suddenly they don't have a population from which to breed. New well-being high school. Hunger, thirst, sleep, and shelter. Ooh, first batch of carrots. Nice. First batch of carrots. Let's also put some storage in there for carrots. The next unlock I want is platforms, probably. And carrots. Just increase the priority on that one so that they can get down here to get this stuff in case they harvest all of that. Because these are oaks, so these actually have quite a lot of wood per stump. Okay, so now I have more accommodation than I have individuals, so now I should start to see some births. Yeah, you got like May was born. What did I add? The problem I find with Timberborn is that when you need to pee, which currently I happen to do, you end up kind of doing that thing where you're like, kind of like you'd stand up and start walking away from your desk with your legs crossed and then you're like still playing. Like, okay, how far can I push this? I'm gonna have to take a break shortly. Okay, so we now have 400 geothermals. which means that we can turn that off. I might keep it there for a minute. We're gonna need that space now. Let's just ditch it. Yeah, and then you stand in that pose looking all screwed up and uncomfortable. And then eventually like, ah, damn it, and then you have to run. Which I'm gonna have to do now. Right, so let's just get rid of that. How's that working? I've gone. There we go. Right, let's save and reload once you're back so we can see the bees running around during a BRB. Save and reload once. No, you can watch the clips. Alright, I'm back. I wonder if these torps are so slow that he actually has time to turn back in again. Yep. Those torps are so slow that he had time to turn out and then go all the way back in again. Right, YouTube. I'm going to do the YouTube salute. Goodbye, YouTube. I don't know why this has become a thing, but it has become a thing. Better. It's not good enough to protect your citadel, because you still do have to turn fairly broadside. What's the feeling on Tsurugi? It's a pile of dog crap. And that's me being kind. It is a pile of smelly, steaming, slightly runny dog crap. Jason, I'm sorry, I didn't have time to answer your question. I didn't have time to answer your question. I will get to it. The short answer is... The short answer...
What do you want, you moon-faced assassin of joy?
The short answer is no.
Target that I just treated it if
no.
treated fucking words.
So I was with the MOD for 15...
subbed for 51 months, total at tier 2.
I'm just gonna wait.
Noise is good.
Salutations, Mr. Mars. Thank you kindly for having me.
You'll love
Peanut
this.
butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. Hey yeah, hey yeah.
It's an older coaster, but it checks out. I was about to clear them.
So I've had people suggest, like, oh, why don't you pause the alerts and stuff at the beginning of the stream so that you can talk? No, because this is hilarious.
I was right on time.
That was Dweller in Darkness. Thank you very much, Dweller in Darkness, with the $100. Hey, back. Hey, it's a banana. It's a good banana. I like my bananas I love bananas, but I quite like my bananas very slightly green. Okay. So now we can stick a gear workshop in there. When we get to that. Just let them build that storage for a bit. Found... Oh, cool. So we've got another birth. Lovely. And I've got 2 unemployeds. So we can up that to 3. Yeah, also, the nutritional profile of the banana changes as it ripens. So you go from, when they're green, they're very high in insoluble fiber. And when they are ripe, they are higher in soluble fiber and lower in insoluble fiber. And so they have different nutritional profiles, which is kind of interesting. When they're green, they're lowered glycemic index as well. You want them? Yeah, you want them in the middle, ideally. Yeah, a bit of both. So that one was pretty much perfect. All right, let's mark some more trees. Keep that guy busy. Oh, really, Bruce? Yeah, I don't know. Most people like bananas, I think. Interesting. So do you know what it is? Is it that I can understand how the texture could put people off. Because they do have kind of, especially when they're green like that one, they do tend to have a kind of a slimy kind of texture in the mouth, like a slimy mouthfeel. They get a bit more, they get a tiny bit more powdery as they get more ripe. You enjoy a bushel of insoluble fiber when the star is no longer visible, fellow human person. What? Okay, so we're playing on easy, so none of the droughts are going to be particularly long. We're just here for the exploration of the new stuff, mainly. Okay, so 100 for the platform. Although I might wait for the ladders. So we are currently 3, 6, 9, 18, and I am up to 18. So we do need to build more accommodation. But I want to get the being able to do upstairs, because what I like to do with my accommodation is I just basically like to build an apartment block. So I want to have... Oh, I saw a mod in the workshop when I was looking through it the other day. There is a mod called...
Hydrate.
Oh, I think it might be called Human Stairs. And what it does is the way that the power is transferred through buildings in Timberborn, where you can, like, for example, you can put a power connection at the bottom of an apartment block, and then you can take it out at the top, and like the building itself transfers the power, even if it's not a working building. You can actually have that same mechanic of like pass through with stairs, which I think makes a lot of sense. Because if you have like a residential block, of course it's going to have an internal staircase. And so it means that if two buildings are joined together, beavers can go in a door at one end and come out of a door at the other end. I love that. So at some point, I might have to do a playthrough where I use that and see what that does to the building mechanics, because I quite like that. Because I use the ladder mod for a very similar reason. Because I think, because of the block nature of the game, I think stairs take up way too much space. What goes into a beaver on one end comes out the other end. Exactly. Run. I think we're just going to make a tiny bit more space here and put another one of these in. Wood. Oh, that's unlocked. Yeah, no, that's always been in the game. This 90-degree spiral stair thing. Oh no, sorry, no, that has been a mod. That was added, but I understand that they might not want to add ladders because it is much stronger. But I would argue that it's very much in the spirit of the vertical building of the game, especially since the last couple of updates have added a lot more verticality. And like, you know, a lot of the stuff that the beavers build has that kind of like up and down kind of feeling. I just don't really see a reason not to do that. And because the thing is, if you try and build using, it actually doesn't matter whether you use spiral stairs or stairs, because if you have a spiral staircase, you still need to go straight at some point to break out, and so it doesn't actually change the space requirement. But in order to build a stairwell with these and these, and it's the same in Eco, it's the same in Vintage Story, like any block-based game, stairs take a huge amount of space. And so you can end up with an apartment block that has like this enormous stairwell on the end, and it just makes no sense. And, you know, on some of the maps, like Diorama, for example, that can cause some issues.
Joke from Sam the Cossack.
My wife and I had a long talk and decided we don't want children. We plan on telling them at breakfast.
One can extrapolate a very dark ending to that joke. We plan on telling them at breakfast just before we eat them. What's for breakfast? You are. Oh, I've had my first death. Dang it. Drought's coming. Now, I don't know how this works. So I guess we find out. Okay, it looks like it doesn't immediately dry up. That is good. You're right, I am. You are quite correct. To die as a colony? No, 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 no dying. No one's dying. It's like a puzzle. Three children, 2 apples, and a knife. Make 1 cut so all the children get an equal proportion of the apple. SimCity 2000. Mind you, after my experience with, what was it the other day? What was that game that I tried because Tiger was interested in playing it multiplayer, and I just couldn't. Open T Trade Tycoon Deluxe TTD? Open TTD. Yeah, I couldn't do that. That was a bit too retro. Bad water seep, 10 days. What does that mean? Okay, do I need to worry about this? Hang on. Okay, so if this is a seep, not a drain, presumably that means it's just going to fill up. It's not actually going to overflow. I think that's what that means. I hope that's what that means. Alright, we've got a bunch more adults, so I have some more beavers who I can use. But I'm still waiting for the stairs. Two, 4, 4, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 7, 2, 4, 9, 250. Go. Yes. Beautiful. Okay. Now we can do head upstairs. Except I don't have platforms. Need more science. Science faster. Oh, oops. Oopsies. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. I meant to do it that way around. Is that going to work, though? Can they do that? I'm not sure if they can do that. I think they can do that. Pretty sure they can. If I build platforms there, I'm pretty sure they can go up the ladder on that side and then exit this way. I think they can. We will find out. I've hit a bit of a science wall here. I guess I could just do this for now. Get a bit of a boost. This music is so close to... Oh man, what's it called? So there's a piece of classical music that British ice skating duo Torval and Dean used to be famous for dancing to, performing to. I've forgotten what it's called. It begins with a B. Balletta? No. Bolero. There's like a da-dum, dum, dum. There's like a little bit in that piece we just had that just very slightly reminds me of the Bolero by Ravel, yeah. Yeah, I just grew up watching Torval and Dean. They were very, very famous here and they were like all over the TV. Kind of, it was impossible to avoid them. All right, platform, go. So now I can do that. And we can have an upstairs. Hopefully. Yeah, ooh, that's annoying. Yeah, maybe that ladder's not going to work there. Yeah, we might have to move that. I think they can't go up the ladder on that side and then exit on that side, which makes sense. I think they can only exit on the ladder and the two sides this way. So we're gonna have to move that. So what we'll do is we'll go there. Like that. Did you two go up? Oh my god. Oh, Magararo. Yes, I know. Idiots. Don't worry, we'll get you out. Just hang on. Hold on. It's coming.
Hydrate.
It's coming. Don't you worry. We'll get you out. We will get you out. Eventually. Anytime today. Or maybe not. Maybe you can spend 2 nights up there. That works too. Stranded and exhausted. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. There's a mod that I don't have installed called Unstuckify, where if this happens, you can just rescue them. You should be free now. There you go. All right, housing. Go. Let's get some population going. Next unlock, I think, will be storage. Medium tank, which needs gears. Which means we also need to unlock the gear workshop. Now we can get going. Not sure where we're going. But we can get going. Okay, so this is 400. That takes 50. That takes 120, okay. So this can support approximately 2 gear workshops and 2 plank workshops. Or like 2 plank workshops and a gear workshop. Yeah. Marstow, hello. What is your problem? No, it is connected to... What do you mean? I've forgotten how these ladders work. Have they changed the mod? I think they might have changed how this mod works. You used to be able to go in there, go up the ladder, and then exit on the side. I think they might have changed it so that you can now only exit this way, which massively erodes the usability of that mod. We've not been playing very long. That makes that far less useful. Because now you would have to have... guess it's still better than like a winding stairwell, but it means you have to make space to have like a specific entrance for your ladder. Well, it's not a no. No, we haven't lost anyone. So how the hell are you supposed to do that if you can't exit? Let me just go and read the mod page. If I can find it. Ladder. This model will allow you to build ladders. Ladders will make it easy so you're just going to strap them down. You will find the ladder under the paths. In addition to that, ladders has an exception to the building 2 up rule. As for ladders, this rule is removed. It was updated on the 14th of January, so it's had a recent update.
Our man in Serbia said,
You must construct additional beavers.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know how that works. So you used to see, like when you would do that, I think it might be because I built it on top of the path. Because it used to be that when you clicked on the path there, you would see like the green line go through and a green line go up the ladder, and it's just like it's not connecting. So I wonder whether if I do that, and I get rid of the path, and then I build the ladder in its place, whether that will then work. Maybe? Because if not, something's changed. Yeah, they've changed this mod somehow, and I don't know what they've done. Replace the path? Yeah, maybe? So that does connect that path. It's still not going upstairs. That's the problem. Oh, do I have to put a cap on it? Is that it? Was that always like that? Oh, maybe that was always like that and I've just forgotten. Could be I just forgot. Alright, problem solved. Yeah, maybe that's it. Could be as simple as that. Panic over. Right, so yeah, so we've got this 400 here. We can build another 400 over here. So we can have another industrial complex. If we do that or something, we can stick a lumberjack there. And we can mark this for tree cutting. This is the one that sounds like Bolero. We could also get up here. Beavers. I'm a beaver, as Grumbles would say. I'm a beaver. I love that. I love Grumbles' I'm a beaver. His like, put me in coach. I don't know how this works. I have no idea. I can't remember. I used to be able to do that without thinking, but now I have to think about it. There's no way through. Oh no, Dolaganx died. Excuse me? How are you unconnected? What do you mean it's not? Okay, they've definitely changed something with this. Yeah, I honestly, Diego, I opened this and I went through and like read out the names. I don't know what any of them do, and then I closed it again. That all sounds like very late game stuff. A lot of it sounds like it's from mods. But there's some interesting stuff in there, like HTTP stuff that sounds like it's designed to work with the modding API, which is kind of interesting. I'm not sure how you would use that. Did I skip the tutorial? A little bit. With Twitch, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. If it enables like crowd control type stuff, that'd be cool. Breed. Do we need... Are you too far? Oh. Well, that explains that then. Pause you. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. The reason they're not building anything is because we've run out of wood. Population counter for iron teeth. Yeah, I can see that being important. That would indeed be quite useful. Turn the vats on and off. Are we gonna... Hello? You're over 400? What, beavers? Hey, Xenon, how you doing? Welcome. We're just doing an extremely casual single stream kind of thing, just exploring some of the new stuff. But there's no way we'll get to automation today. Oh, I've got 330 science points. Oh, that's why I don't have any beavers. I've got 4 blubby. I've got 4 blubby science buildings. Let's unlock some stuff. Let's unlock a gear workshop. And build a gear workshop. So that we can have gears. What else do we want? Don't need that yet. A mini lodge? We could have double lodges. Builder's hut? We could do builder's hut. Oh, we could get the platforms. You don't really need those initially because you can just do lots of singles. I don't really need anything right now, to be honest. Guess I could start unlocking the power stuff. Wind, we can get wind, but I have this, so I don't really need that. This map is kind of weird. And because I don't have a flowing river, I'm struggling to, like, think of what I'm gonna do. Because I don't really understand how these things work yet. I I don't really have a plan. Yeah, it's a new official map. It's one of the, what they call, like, non-standard maps or whatever. So it has some special map-specific mechanic-y stuff in it. But I don't really understand how it works, because this map doesn't have flowing water. So I don't really get it. Can you be a beaver? Mary, okay, just for you, yes. But I'm not going to start going in and renaming all of my beavers. Because that's a lot of work. So I'm not doing that. But you can be an beaver. I will name you, I'll name a child after you so that you're around for a while. You can just randomly be Shetsi. No, I like the name Shetsi. You can be Yojlojui. That's the only one I'm doing. Yeah, so right now I don't really see where this is gonna go. I will need to make some new green land at some point, although I do have access to this. I guess to make that flow into there, I would need to build this up, but why would I do that? I'm kind of like, do you see what I mean? Like, I'm struggling to understand what I'm supposed to do. Like, what is it that the devs want me to do? I don't really get it. No, you are special. No, I said at the beginning I'm not going to, because the names mod's not working anymore. I said I'm not going to go and manually rename all my beavers all the time, because you just end up then like every 2 seconds like opening the screen, renaming something. It's just too much. Yak only gets a beaver when there's a train. I wonder if the trains mod still works. So I guess I can kind of, if I redirect some water into there, it's going to flush that, but do I need to do that? Does that give me any benefit at all? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Struggling to wrap my head around what I'm supposed to do on this map. Well, we're getting all the science. I guess we could move into the second food tier. Because we can do, is it sunflowers at second? Which, because you got the grill, so it's grilled, is that a potato? Grilled potatoes, chestnuts, and spider dog. So I could plant potatoes and have a grill.
Hydrate.
You're not cold to me. Should we have the grill like right next to the housing so that the lovely aroma of baked potatoes goes upstairs? Do it. We as a community have a joint responsibility when he's not around to care for our streamer. No. Thank you. How do beavers operate a train with great difficulty? All right, we now have some potatoes. I'm actually going to take out 2 rows of crabs. And put more potatoes in. Grilled potatoes. And then we also need to add storage. Medium warehouse. Food. Grilled potatoes. And then we need to add pump. And then that. And then that. And then that. And then that. Someone clear the carrots, please. Because I can't plant until you get rid of them. Hello? Oh, do you actually have to harvest those to get rid of them? Eh. I don't want to delete them. They're perfectly good carrots. And unfortunately, there's no, like, harvesting heat map. That's annoying. You have to do it that way. No more. Oh no. Anyway. Okay, I think we can probably get rid of one of these. I don't need 856 science. Although... we could get into some well-being. Or some decorations. Let's unlock Lantern. You sat on 21,000 what? 21,000 beavers? How'd you manage that? Rooftop terrace. So science. Okay. Rooftop terrace. You started 2 more ciders.
Tigers, Dan said.
Words that rhyme with beaver.
Those aren't words, they're
superheterodyne
phrases.
receiver, Hindustan Unilever, Chesapeake Bay Retriever, Underachiever, Unbeliever, Yellow Fever, Basket Weaver, Misconceiver, Meat Cleaver. Good
Okay,
night.
most of those are phrases. Also, Chesapeake Bay Retrievers are really cool. They have web feet. Good night. We're going to put a rooftop terrace there for no particular reason. And then we're going to try and figure out how the hell this works. So that's going to come off, I think. I hope. And then, because if this doesn't work, I'm screwed. So this, that, that, then that, then that, in theory? Yeah. I hope. But then how do you get this part? Oh, do I need to? Oh, that's really weird. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, yeah, I think it's the base game has changed. I think the mod is unchanged. But now you have to do this really weird thing where you like connect the pods in each level. It's really strange. Might as well have 4 builders in it. What? Oh. 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 What? That's not good. That can't be good. Right? Oh god. That's a bomb. I like the little quote. Yes, Suli. Kaboom. It will explode? Yeah, it's not the explosion that's worrying me. It's what happens after the explosion. It's that bit that's concerning. Because I can dam that up. It'll flow that way. I could get rid of that, but I don't necessarily need to. And then it's going to flow this way. And then it's going to get to that tunnel. Where do you go? Okay, you flow into there. So that's just going to make a pool. And then it's going to flow this way. It's going to flow down there. It's going to flow down there. It's going to flow all the way down there. All the way down there, and then off the map. Okay. So I think I can solve this fairly easily. It's not a bomb for 10 days and then it's a concern, exactly. So the first thing I need to do is we need to unlock levee. No, dam. No, hang on. Yeah, levy. Unlock levy. We need to do that. Then we need to figure out how on earth we get up there. Probably this way.
Sir Tabsalot said.
No boom, no boom, no boom today, boom tomorrow. There's always a boom tomorrow. What? Look, somebody's got to have some damn perspective around here. Boom, sooner or later. Boom.
What's that a quote from? Marvin the Martian or something? Oh, Babylon 5. Okay. Okay, so then we need to make... 10 days isn't that long. We need to make this super duper priority. And we need to make this super... Oh god, it glows in the dark. It's flashing. Boop. 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 Alright, now I can plant more potatoes. Potatoes. Boop, 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 boop. I think this is how... this might be the map that Cringer was on, actually. Or at least one of them. Because Cringer definitely lost his first colony because of that. Or something like that. Planks is gonna be an issue. Ooh, planks is gonna be a big issue. Okay, let's pause the gear workshop. Let's build another lumber mill. Because I have logs. I need planks. 9 days. Please make planks faster. Where are you taking those planks? I'm not seeing any planks coming over here. Hello? Chat, we're all gonna die. Where are they going? Wait, have I already got... Hang on, wait. Oh. I'm in Egypt. Now can you build the very, very, very important ladder, please? Yeah, to refresh the whole page for Twitch to display the right info was stuck on yesterday's info. That can happen. That can happen. It has some caching issues. Because quite often you'll change the stream title during a stream to like change games like I did earlier, and then everyone will be like, Stats, change game. Like, I did change the game. It's changed. Right, we're gonna have grilled potatoes while we die. Okay, they've started. They have commenced. Hopefully they can get there in time. We die with some good hot potato in our hands. You look like you need to move. Nope, you're just not cutting because we've got too much wood. What? High score? Potatoes. Potatoes. My beavers are happier than ever until that goes boom and they die. You wish you could backhand the beavers like in Dungeon Keeper? There, yes. I empathize. There's a mod, so I'm only running one mod on this playthrough. Normally I run quite a few. There's one that I really like called Unstuckify that just prevents that thing where they paint themselves into a corner and go like, I'm stuck. And then you have to demolish everything to get them out. It stops that. Because then you can just pick them up. Okay, so now it's just a matter of getting the wood up there. These are 12 each. This should go pretty quickly. We do have the wood. And we have 6 days. So we should be okay. How is it? This is one of my favorite games. I think this is one of the best colony builder games ever made. It has been a very good game ever since it came out into early access. It's now 1.0. It's better than ever. It's very well supported. I don't think Mechanistry are done with the development. I think they're probably still going to have some stuff coming. Like 1.1, maybe some DLC. I'd be surprised if they don't do a third faction at some point. So I highly, 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 highly recommend this game. I always have. It's very good. Did I find vertical stairs? I mean, I have ladders. The curved stairs? Yeah, I've never found a use for those because they're just as space inefficient as the square ones. So I've never used those, other than for aesthetics. Because if you want to make a stairwell, you still need to make breakout platforms. And so they're just not that useful. They're pretty. Alright, that one's nearly built. Yeah, we should be fine. Unless I've missed something, we should be okay. Can you disarm the bomb? No, I don't think so. It just goes kaboom. I could potentially remove that as well. I don't know why I would want to do that. I don't really need to do that. Is there a great deluge? No. So there's a drought mechanic. Do I want to do that? Nah, can't be asked. Lima Zulu Tango. Okay, colony saved. Good job, team. Mana Lords? God, I haven't touched that for a long time. That game probably looks completely different to when I last played it. Because when I last played it was pretty early. I really like Mana Lords, but I haven't touched it for a long time. How is it now? Is it okay? Is it still on the right track? Thank you very much. Lima. 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 Still fun, still EA, still on the right track. Nice. Yeah, I'll have to have another look at that at some point when I don't have a billion games I need to play. Yeah, because I really, really, really liked that early on. I thought the combat was a little bit of a light touch, but that was kind of to be expected because that wasn't the focus. And it had some issues. It had some issues. With Ox being a bit buggy and some trade stuff being a bit buggy. But he was actively working on it, so I would imagine now it's a lot more polished. So cool. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying that. Thank you very much for the raid. So this is an extremely casual session. So basically, Mechanistry, who make Timberborn, which has just been released into 1.0, which is one of my favorite games ever. They sent me some beavers. They got an Iron Tooth and a Folktail. He's a happy chappy. Interestingly, his expression is quite different to the one that Grumbles received, because they're hand-carved wood and hand-painted. And so mine is just kind of like amused, whereas Grumbles is like laughing his ass off. And then an Iron Tooth. So by way of thanks, and because I love the game, I thought I would play some Timberborn today briefly. So we're just having a look at 1.0, and I'm just experiencing some of the new stuff, because this is one of the new maps that has a very unfamiliar setup, because there's no flowing river, which I'm finding a bit confusing. Not confusing in a bad way, like I'm just like trying to work it out. And then I've got this bomb that's about to go off, and that's gonna drain this bad water lake, which was going to drain into my pond, but now it's gonna go that way, hopefully. So, yeah, figuring out.
The tier 1 sub for 3 months to Lima Zulu Tango.
Lima Zulu. Zulu. Geraint, are you okay? Do you need a cup of tea? Lima Zulu Tango. DC, thank you so much. That is extremely kind of you. It was 3 months, by the way. You have 76. Let me see how many I have. Would you like to know how many hours I have in this? It's more than 76. I got 500 hours. It's not 9,000, but it is 500. Yeah, I have 500 hours in Timberborn. I have played this game a lot. Yeah. 11 billion, yes. We've connected the rooftop terrace, which means they're now happy because of that. That's cool. I'm going to unlock double lodge. Isn't that wider? I think it is. Oh, no, it's not. Triple lodge? Yeah, this is the 3, and then we can fit that in there. Nice. Are there multiple bombs? Yeah, there's a few around. We should probably look at where the other ones are, right? So there's that one there. There's these bad water drains. Oh god, that's gonna be. Oh no, that's an issue as well. Cause those. Oh god. Okay, so these. Bad tide drains when there's a bad tide, which is a different kind of event. These open up and flow. That is going to be an issue, because that is going to flow into there. It's going to fill up that depression and flow over there into here. That is bad. Well, crap. Also, same here. So that's going to fill up this into there, through there, same sort of thing. Oh, God, okay. This seep has got 2 bombs attached to it. Don't think any of that flows my way, though. There's 2 bombs here. There's one there. That one's okay. There's one there. There's one there. Bed is crooning your name. All right, Lima, have a good sleep. Thank you very much for bringing your friends. There's one there. God, they're everywhere now I look. Okay, I don't think we have to worry about any of them apart from these two. How the hell are we going to deal with that? Because this isn't a seep. These actually like flow properly, spews out bad water. So we're going to need to build some kind of like divert thing. I think I prefer this to the way that it used to be. Because it's kind of similar, but I disliked the bad water mechanic when it was brought in, because basically on the traditional maps, the old maps, you have, or had, I don't know if they've changed them, you have like freshwater sources which flow from the source, you know, then down and off the map. And then you have the bad water sources which do the same thing. But then the freshwater sources can become bad water sources during a bad tide. I don't know if that's the case with the seeps. Hopefully it's not. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. But with the old way it used to work, and maybe still does on those other maps, basically you create some kind of divert to take that bad water off the map, which on some cases is quite easy. And once you've done that, you basically don't have to deal with bad water anymore. You've just instantly solved the problem. And I really didn't like that, because it meant that every single playthrough you had to do the same thing. You you have a lot of choice about some of the stuff that you do, but that was non-negotiable and you had to do it every single time. I didn't like that. So this kind of offers the same problem, but it just feels a bit different. But I think the solution is still fairly similar, because you're going to have to still build some kind of retaining wall, basically, and then divert it somewhere. I'm thinking like divert it over here into there, where it's going to be flowing anyway, surely. That's quite a lot of work. It's quite a lot of wood as well. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that in time. Because like, look, is that a tunnel? Is that a flippin' tunnel? Okay, that comes out there. That's okay. So maybe first I have to go over this way. That's still a lot of wood, because even if I build across there, it still means that that entire bank is all the same height, and so it's going to overtop wherever it wants to overtop, which means it could still end up flowing this way. We could dam across here. That's probably doable. As an interim solution? Yeah, I think that's the best interim solution. We dam all the way across here until we can build something a bit more permanent. Okay, I'm starting to get the idea of this now. Who placed the bombs and what is their agenda? It's got to be like big capybara. I don't know, who are the arch enemies of beavers? Water voles? Big water vole.
If we say frozen yak 3 times, is he gonna appear?
He's right there.
Frozen yak, frozen yak, frozen yak. Let's see how it works.
Stouts, I think, means stoats.
Bits for beaver block building.
Darbo Inc. 99 gave 500 bits.
Darbo, thank you very much again for the gift subs earlier. Thank you very much for the 500 biddies. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Hat makers, I guess. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, stouts. Now I want a beer. Thank you very much. I think you mean stoats. Stoats and stouts are very different. I don't think beavers and stouts are natural enemies. Otters could be otters. Yeah, I think that's the solution if I build across there, because then this whole thing will kind of fill up, but it will overtop this way. And I think then that's okay. The explosion's coming, don't you worry. So let's do this in that case. It's going to take a lot of wood though. That's one of my favorite jokes. I don't do very well with remembering jokes. That is one of the few jokes that I can actually remember. Go on then, finish it. What preys on beavers in real life? In this country, nothing. Which is why reintroducing them is a terrible idea, because we don't have the predators that used to eat them in the country anymore. Ecologists, bad plan. Come on, Brett, finish the joke. It's because weasels. What did you say exactly? Stoats. Yeah, it's because weasels are weaselly recognized and stoats is totally different. Was that your vision? Yeah, it's one of my favorite jokes. Just reintroduce wolves. They are it's being taught. This is one of I cannot stand this mentality. So it's being talked about for Scotland. Reintroduction of wolves. Like just don't. I don't care how guilty you feel. It doesn't matter. They don't know that they're extinct in this country. This country has been for a long time without them. Our ecology has adjusted to them not being here. Just leave it. Just leave it alone. Don't touch it. It does not need to be fixed. Is that enough? I think that's enough. Don't think I need that top layer. If I'm wrong about that, that's going to be embarrassing. Yeah, just don't mess with the reintroducing things. It's not a good plan. Okay. Oh, the flashing speeds up. That's funny. Boop. 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 I have 10 unemployed beavers. What did I do now? When does the boom go boom? 2.7 days. Capricorns? Do you mean what is a Capricorn? What is a Lammergeier? You can't make enough haulers and builders huts to keep up with them. So I always work on the rule when I have a big colony of trying to keep the number of unemployed beavers at about 10% of the population, because you end up, like any population, you end up with natural peaks and troughs. You just like randomly, because the age that beavers die at is determined by like diet and happiness and that kind of thing, but it's RNG to a certain extent, like within a range. And so what can happen is naturally, just through sheer randomness, you end up with a bunch of beavers just coincidentally all dying at the same time. And so you can end up with little dips in your population and little spikes in your population as you just get a load of random births or random deaths, because the population is big, but it's not big enough to smooth out all of those random fluctuations. And so it's something that only really crops up after you've gotten past like 100 or so. And so I like to keep a 10% float to deal with that kind of random variation. That would be my tip. Should we reintroduce Vikings? Where should, but where should we introduce? We should. They probably would need to be reintroduced in York. People in York might not like that. Coincidentally, like when their god doesn't recognize the pop-up for thirst. Yes, exactly that.
Hydrate.
I kind of like not knowing exactly how these mechanics work. Only one water pub is brave. I'm playing on easy. No 0.8. No 0.7. Stare into its soul, chat. Beep, 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 beep. Here it comes. Oh, I am, don't worry. I'm on it. Babe. 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 Here it goes. Think. Eventually. I don't want to move the camera in case I miss it. Run, Beaver, run! That's so cash. Like, yeah, it's fine. We've assessed it. We're outside the blast radius. It's totally cool. Boom. Now let's see if I got it right. Underwhelming. Cool beavers don't look at explosions. Nope. Okay, so we're gonna go that way, and we're gonna go this way. Yeah, it's human waste. It's like the built-up toxic sludge of eons of human planetary occupation. The human race has killed itself, and now the beavers rule. It doesn't flow very quickly, so I think the seep you probably can't use for you probably can't use for water power, which is kind of interesting. Because it begs the question, on this map, can you ever actually, apart from maybe the bad tides, can you ever actually use water power? Probably not. No, it's done. So it's released into 1.0 as of about a week ago. It is done. Out. Released. Finished. No, I don't, Diego. I do not. They have never sponsored me. They do not have an affiliate program. Terra Nil? No, I've never seen that. Okay, well, that's coming along. If you bottleneck any water source, won't it get stronger flow? Yeah, but I'm just looking at, like, because that's effectively what this is done, right? So, because it's flowing through these two narrow channels, and I'm just looking at how fast it's going, and it's not. Like, that is nowhere near as fast as a river would be flowing. So, I don't think that's really going to make a very good power source. Like, if you look at this, this like 3 wide here that is flowing through, it's just not going very fast. So I don't know how good of a power source that would actually be. Maybe. Could be worth experimenting with. Right, let's address Diego's concern, shall we? I want to make a pretty corner. Where's bench? Bench. Although I could use that part as an bench. Bush. There we go. A little aesthetic corner. They've made the bushes bigger. Well, I didn't think that through, did I? I don't know when the first bad tide's gonna come, so I don't know how quickly I have to finish this one. Oh, kiss me on the bench wedged between the water tower and the warehouse. I can play that song. I can actually play that. Sixpence none the richer. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to fit in there, but there's definitely some 3x2 stuff that could go in there, maybe. Something. We'll fit something in there. Drat. We could have a campfire in there, actually. That would kind of make sense, around by the accommodation. Campfire is... Oh, it's 3x3. I thought it was 2x2. Well, that's crappy. Could have another water thingy. I could have another water thingy. That is a good point. We could do that. And then we can have a something. A contemplation spot? A small spot where beavers can contemplate nature in between two giant storage vats. The teeth grindstone. Let's go with the teeth grindstone. The nature of logistics and storage and fluid dynamics. Nothing to do in range. Well, now you're unemployed. Shouldn't have complained. They like the shrub and the lantern. They're not, definitely not using it as a pool. Does my drinking water have fur in it? Why does it taste like wet dog? Let's build some wood storage. Large warehouse. We've also got underground piles. Stores bulky goods. Oh yeah, because these are for logs. I've forgotten what these can actually store. Logs, planks, treated planks, scrap, metal blocks, and dirt. Because what we could do is unlock that, because I have all the science. And then we could have a cliffside wood storage. Why not? I like that model. The entrance is pretty cool. All right, we're getting there. I have 10 build. Let's build this up because I have so many beavers now. Polling post to build us at 100. Do I have 100? I do have 100. Let's build one of these. somewhere. I've noticed that the bad water irrigation area is spreading, and it has spread into your water basin. I hadn't, no. That is indeed inconvenient. I shall deal with that in a second. Now, can I... how does that work now? What do I need to get over there? Because presumably I can't just do that, no. Presumably I need overhangs or something like that. Is that what it is? Presumably it's that. Yeah, and that requires metal. Can I? Oh, I can just do that. Okay, perfect. No problem. Problem solved. I think what happened earlier was I just clicked on the wrong one. Thank you. Go and build it. There you go. Now I have 8 builders. Do observatories need power? Yes, I think they do. What I usually do with the observatory is I build a big accommodation block and then connect power at the bottom and then put the observation thing on the top because it looks cool. Yeah, if you go to science, observatory 200, so not too bad. Yeah, before I've got a few books like that. Can be tricky. I'm not a true warships man. What does that mean? Get rid of that, connect that. Now I have 2. Right, what are we going to do about this situation? Interestingly, the bad water seeps dry up as well. So I think we have to... move that back as much as we can. So let's do... something like... Rubble disappears at the same time to keep... Diego, I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean? That should move it back enough. Rubble disappears after some time. Oh, right. Okay. That's pretty cool. Did they finish? They didn't finish. Why are they building that and not this? Huh? Eh? Why are you building that one? That's on green. What? Why are you building that one? Build this one. Hello? That'll make it even more green. Thank you. Yeah, no, the reason it says too far from district center is because they can't get to it. It's not because it's too far, it's because this block here in the middle between the two hasn't been built yet, so they just can't reach it. It's a bit of a misleading message. I suppose it's literally true, but it's not a very helpful message. Particularly for people who used to play the game back when districts had range limitations. Because basically they haven't changed the message since that update. And it really needs to say something else like, your beavers can't reach the building site, or something like that. Yeah, no, so districts don't have a limit anymore. So the only limitation on a district is efficiency, essentially. So you can literally build a colony over an entire map using one district center if you want to. The problem with doing that is that you don't get to choose where beavers live and work, and the game does not do anything intelligent to do with where a beaver lives versus where they're working. And so you could end up with a beaver who lives over here, who is working over here. And what that means is that they will die, because they'll be going to like get their food, and then going to get something to drink, and then they'll be going to work, and then by the time they've done those things, it will be bedtime. But they'll never actually get to go to bed, or they'll never actually get to go to work, or they'll never actually get to go and eat, and eventually they'll die. And so you basically have to just make sure that your actual active colony is within a reasonable distance of your district center, and it still gives you like the color coded kind of like, yes, it's probably a bit too far. But what it means is that for doing things like, oh, I'll just go and build a dam, I'll just go and like dam this up, I'll just go and grab this science, I'll just go and whatever. Previously, to do those kind of one-off actions, you would have had to build a separate district center, which was a pain in the backside. Whereas now you can just make a really long path, and then your beavers can go and do whatever it is that you need to do quickly. And you don't need to do an extra district center, which is great. But you do need to watch out that you don't overextend yourself. And, you know, at some point you need to decide when to create a new colony. Diego, can you please stop telling me things? Thank you. Have you finished? Have you finished? Yeah. Ooh, you've nearly got that. That's cool. That means I'll be able to clear down all that. Nice. It's one of my favorite games. It's so good. You gave me like, if you said like, what are your top 5 ever games? This would definitely be in the top 5, no question. Highly, 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 highly recommended. Beautiful. Well, the other 4, I knew someone was going to ask me that. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Elite. Well, Elite pre-Horizons. Satisfactory. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I haven't played that many games. And a 1990s game called Barbarian. All right. You can... Nope. You can go. You can go. Where do I fit these in? All right, that's nearly done. Maybe that is fast enough for a water wheel. Possibly. Yeah, maybe we can get some power off that. We'll see how far back this pulls it. It goes a long way, though. What's that like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-ish? No, that's really causing many problems. It's stopping these trees from growing. Beaver is injured. Oh, Manamaro. Which one is it? Who's injured? Hello? What you... Oh, do you need a medical bed? Maybe we make a hospital up here. Could do that. Well-being. Medical bed. Time for the hospital wing. So we'll do, do 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that, and then we'll have decoration. We'll have bushes. Hedge. Ah, we can have hedge. Hedge and convalescence benches. For when you're back up and about, but not quite ready to go back to work yet. Beautiful. The Beaver Hospital. Oh, okay, we need that to dry up as well. That'll take a little while. Potatoes are popular. Look at that. Yeah, the farmers are doing fine. What's wrong with you now? Go grind your teeth. There you go. I know. I like that. That's cool. Nice. Hey, that's cool. They can go and visit their buddies. Hang out. Talk about that they, should probably unionize. Stop the injuries. What next, though? What next? I guess we could do a little bit of aquatic farming in that pool. Because StatsBloke is grill as well. So we could unlock StatsBloke. Why does that have a red symbol on it? I don't know. We have an RS Templar 103 face reveal. What? Is there any way to remove Dokobot by digging? So there is. I can't remember if it's a mod. So there's this thing called a dirt excavator. If I remember correctly, that digs downwards. So basically you place it and it's like a giant drill. And so it does actually make a borehole. So if you need to make like a hole for some reason, if you want to make like a natural walled reservoir, you can use this. You can like put it down and then move it around and then like dig gradually. And it produces dirt that you can then use to make dirt blocks. Yeah. The individual dynamite is the easiest way. As far as I am aware. Yeah, so we could do some farming in here. Not a huge amount of space, but it's So we would need... I wonder whether a farm on the bank here would reach. Probably not. So... let's do... How far does a farm reach? Like 15 blocks? Can it dig the pool deeper? Yeah, you can do that. So I'm saying, like, for example, if I wanted to turn this into a reservoir, I could use that dirt excavator and like plonk it down and like move it around and gradually hollow this out. So yes. But you can do the same thing with dynamite with a lot more precision. Because that dirt excavator is like 3x3 or 2x2. How big is the aquatic farmhouse? It is 3x2 with the door in the middle. I guess it could go over here. There. Oh, look. Then we can do spatterdock, and then we can grill the spatterdock. Oh, that's a good point. So currently the only potato storage I have is there. So what I normally do is I have this area, which is like edible storage. And then I have like a, what would you call it? Like a pre-processed food storage. So things that need to be processed before they can be eaten, like potatoes. And so I need to build a potatoes and spatterdock storage somewhere. Can you be a beaver? No. So I have said that, so I've done one, which is marry. And I've said I'm not doing any more because as soon as I do one, I then have to keep opening the thing every time someone wants to be a beaver. And I know from previous experience that that gets really annoying. So I'm just having a no, you can't be a beaver rule. I'm sorry, no. So, nah. Right. Let's do... It's okay, it's good. It needs to be. Can you be a tree? Unfortunately, I can't rename the trees. Let's not go too nuts, I guess. That'll do. Yeah, so let's make a needs processing storage. Oh god. 3 days?
Hydrate.
I had 8 days for the previous one. What the... Is that okay? I think that's okay. I think that's okay, because all that's going to do is contaminate this pool. And then flow through there where it is anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Interesting to know that you get less warning on some of them. What about 3 nuts? Do they have settings to disable that stuff? So I guess you could just play a map that doesn't have that. As far as I could tell, the old maps don't have that mechanic. When I was looking at the previews, I couldn't see it on the map.
If not a beaver, if not a tree, then perhaps a shrubbery?
So, because I think, so on like Diorama, for example, which is a tiny, tiny, tiny map, there's no way they would be able to fit all that stuff in. So I think the old maps probably don't have all that stuff. So you can probably avoid some of it, but the bad tide is universal. That is, you can't turn that off. Yeah, that might actually be fast enough to use as a water wheel thingy. Yep. When the time comes. What was I doing? I was literally in the middle of oh yeah. Right. So we need somewhere. Don't know why, but over here feels right. We are gonna have this one's gonna be potatoes. This one's gonna be spadaduck. And then we also need another grill. I don't know why I'm talking like this. Food. Grill. This one's gonna be spadaduck. Yeah, I don't know. It's a generic. I don't know what that was. Generic Scandinavian. That level is definitely getting lower. Slowly but surely. Then we're also going to need some kind of industrial storage somewhere. For things like planks and... because we've got logs there. I guess we could do that over here. It would kind of make sense if it was a little bit more central. I think it's piles of ground only, which is... because you can't build on top of this, I think. Can you? I don't know if you can. Hang on. Yeah, you can't build on top of that. Okay. Can you build on... can you build that on a platform, though? Oh, you can. Okay. We could just do another one of these. They're not actually that expensive. Can I fit how many? Forrester, you're kind of in an annoying position. This has to be on solid ground. I don't think I can fit more than 2 in here. I can put that one there. But then I can't get a path to it. Ugh. So I guess it has to live there. We'll do planks. That is so horribly, horribly inefficient. Can I grow a tree on that corner? No. So, let's do decoration. Shrub? Let's put a shrub there. And let's do... a contemplation spot? A contemplation spot next to the underground storage. And a tooth grindstone. It's a really good idea to put aesthetics on your like busy thoroughfares. Because then everyone has to walk past them. Like this little spot here is a great place to put something. Like a beaver statue. Do I have enough points? Oh, not quite. Yeah, we'll do that in a second. We'll put a statue in there. When I get 500. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, a double boom this time. I hope I didn't judge wrongly what that's going to do. And kaboom! What a mess. I love it when the bad tide and the or the bad water and the good. Look at that graphics. It's really good. They really, when they did the physics pass through for the water, it's really good. The way it kind of like sloshes backwards and forwards now. There was an update where they just completely rewrote the water dynamics. And the way that it gradually mixes now. Pretty cool. Oh, I forgot that's not going to go down there. The way these seeps work is kind of counterintuitive if you played this game for a long time. Why did that just dry up? What? Where did that go? Okay. I am confused. Come on, dry up. Although I notice now they've planted these trees. So it's retreated from here. So that's cool. The bad water level sank because it drained into the freshwater basin, so now it only reaches that little rock wall. But you're talking about that down here? I guess it's just re-leveling though. It will probably be... There's nothing to stop it getting back up to that level again, so I think it will be back. How beavers do you have? That's great English. If you mean how many? 35. How beavers do you have? She is Canadian, I'll give her a break. This Canadian grammar is wild. You had a margarita. Okay. Still better than UK English? Yeah. And it's true. Yeah, apparently a large margarita, exactly. I can't just ask a lady how beavers she has. What does that even mean? It's like, why is the game going slowly? It's because I got it on one speed. Alright, so we've got potentially StatsBloke coming. What's the next step? I need more green area. How the hell am I going to do that? That is going to be the problem on this map. I think I now need to do the bypass project so that I can get good access to this. What do you reckon? Is that the best expansion area? I think it is. Need to remember that that is a freshwater seep. It's kind of tricky when you, I guess they do look a bit different. They don't really, though. Kind of have to remember that was freshwater. Level pumps. So there are pumps, yeah. It's all late game stuff, obviously, but there's, you have the fluid dump, which is supplied by your beavers. So the beavers they carry it physically to the building, and then it flows out of the building. And then you have the mechanical fluid dump, which is mechanical on both sides, but they take a huge amount of power, 700 each. And then a centrifuge. Heavy-duty machinery transforming the dangerous bad water into a usable extract, which is how we do some of the late game stuff. So yeah, I think that area might be a good place to aim for. But that might need a second district. Or I could move my district center. I could actually move that to here. Might be an option. And then have this whole area here covered by that one central district center. We could do that. And then have a massive relocation project of all of this stuff. And have, like, accommodation up here. Or I could just do 2 district centers. What is this stuff? Thorns? Oh. An impenetrable obstacle that also blocks irrigation and contamination. It's difficult to demolish and can injure those who attempt it. High chance of injury. It's no nature's bounty, only its anger. New medics. Well, so you've always had like medical stuff. So you've got these medical beds. They actually used to have a mechanic where you had to make medicine, but that has been removed from the game. I'm not entirely sure why they did that, because you used to have to collect this resource called dandelions, which I'm pretty sure has also been removed. Oh no, they've still got that. Hang on, I'm just trying to remember where we got up to. So, herbalist. Oh yeah, that's it. So when bad water was introduced, they kind of changed it from being a thing that you needed to be able to heal them generally to it specifically being for healing bad water contamination. So if your beavers go through bad water, so let's say you have, like this for example, let's say I have a farm in freshwater and my farmers are going down into the water, and then I just like I didn't notice that this was here, and then one day this flows bad water over here and it contaminates my pool, and my farmers go swimming in it and they get contaminated. The way that you stop those beavers from dying is with dandelions. And this is part of the bad water mechanics that I don't really like, in that if you are paying attention, you should never have to deal with that, because you should never have to have a situation, unless you make a mistake, where your beavers go through bad water. Because it's completely avoidable. Because as long as you build your dams early and divert stuff, and make sure you don't build paths through the bad water, you just never have to deal with that. And so it's a whole mechanic that's kind of a bit wasted, because you don't really need it. Like, I've never used that. I have never had a beaver who's contaminated with bad water. I've never had to use that dandelion cure stuff. Whereas when it used to be you had to collect the dandelions and use them for just general medicine, that made a lot more sense. And so I don't really understand that change. Are there cases where freshwater sources change to bad over time? I hope not. So the thing that I'm trying to figure out right now is, what is this exactly? This seems to be like the old water source, except that it doesn't have as much power behind it, so it's not able to... I guess the way that you would describe it in terms of like fluid mechanics would be it has very low head lift. So it only has a 1 block head lift. And so once the water reaches that height, it stops producing more water. What I haven't had yet in this easy mode playthrough is a bad tide. Because when there's a bad tide, these will keep flowing, but then also these will open. The thing that I don't know and don't want to know, Diego, is, does the bad water also come out of here? I don't know that. So we'll find out. I think for here, I kind of want dynamite. Because if I'm going to turn that into farmland, I'd need to like dig drainage channels. Because there's a technique you can use where you sort of dig sort of trenches to wet more of your land. Isn't it good, Tony? Yeah, I've played this for quite a few years now, because this came out in 2021, which is when I started playing it. So I've been playing this for 5 years. And it's a game that I pick up fairly regularly. It's just like, it's one of those, like, I don't know, if I'm ill, if I'm like having a day where I'm like, I just want to be in a blanket and just do nothing, it's a perfect game for that kind of thing. It's such a cozy distraction. It's great. Love it. It's simple to understand. Even when they add changes, it's like, you know, very small iterative changes. And so it's very easy to pick up, even if you haven't played it for a while. Dusty Birdface, thank you. Yeah, it's just a really good, feel-good game. And if you, like I'm doing today, if you just want to, like, explore the game, you can just stick it in easy mode like I've done. And then it's very difficult to screw up. And you can just kind of explore. Or if you want a challenge, hard mode is ridiculous. 21 times? I've never done a hard mode playthrough on stream. I have done a hard mode playthrough off stream. It is very, very hard. It's very difficult. The only problem I have with Timberborn really is pacing. Because quite a lot of the time you just end up just running the clock, doing nothing. Because you're just waiting for something. That, yeah, it could do with a bit of a pacing pass through, although I don't know what that would look like. I don't know what to do. I genuinely don't know what to do next. This kind of new seep kind of mechanic is kind of putting me off. I don't know what to do. Can get it into paper, I guess? Problem I'm going to have, though, is I'm just going to run out of room to grow food. Although I am on easy mode, so I don't have to have that much space. Because right now I'm like having no food problem whatsoever, so we could definitely add some more beavers. Let's do that. Let's add a triple lodge. Captain, how about trying to save that valley upstream of your local basin? How about trying to save that valley upstream of your local basin from the sewer drains? Well, so this is what I'm saying. So yes, so I have a plan to build a divert here and take this bad water that way, and ultimately that bad water as well, because that will flow down here too. My problem right now is that this area, the topography is not particularly great, and so I kind of need access to dynamite so that I can flatten it and make it into better farmland. That's what is kind of putting me off right now. Because I don't want to like build all over this and then decide that I want the land to be a different shape. If I'm going to expand into a new area, I'd rather go in with dynamite. Sort of landscape it and then move in. Can you blow up the bad drains? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know if you can just block them. That might be interesting. I'm assuming that I can't do... Yeah, no, you can't do that. I can't build anything directly in front of it. I'd rather go in with dynamite. Exactly. I love dynamite. Tell someone that I'm making nukes and he'll blow the area up for me. That's true. It's true. Oh, man. I I don't know why. I'm just finding this map a lot harder to plan on than a normal map. Because like the thing I'm struggling with is like you got all these little channels and things, and on the other maps that's because the devs want you to do something with it. But there's so many of them that I'm struggling to see why they're there, you know? Because like for example, you got this. But that's a seep, so it can't fill that with water. I think that's the thing that I'm struggling with, is that there's no strong water source. This entire map doesn't have a single like strong flowing water source that will fill anything up. They're all seeps. And so you can never have that thing where you like fill up a basin. Yeah, it's very alien. Like I'm used to having a fast flowing river, and not having that is kind of just a bit disorientating. I'm not complaining. It's just I don't know what to do. Can you find water sources by dealing or drinking? So we were looking through that earlier. I don't think so. At least not with these beavers, because there's nothing in here that is new. So I don't think so, unless I've missed something. Pretty sure not. I think it's just a feature of this map that it only has seeps. Some of the other new maps have aquifers. We could squeeze the beavers. We could do. Blah blah blah. Okay, so plan. Let's have a plan. What's the plan? The plan is. I don't know what the plan is. Can we draw that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know that there is this thing called an aquifer that you can stick something on top of and draw water out of it, and then it becomes like a mechanical pump. I can't see a building that you put on top of a seep. So as far as I know, that's not a thing. So I guess we start this. Guess we start that. So let's plan that, shall we? Let's wait until daytime so I can see what the hell I'm doing. I guess actually the first thing I need to do is go in and clear these logs. So maybe let's do that. You spy a relic. Yeah, we'll get that too. I'm not exactly short of science though. It's going to be such a long way from the district center. All right, let's do that. Lumberjack. Go. like, oh man, that's such a long way. Guess we could also connect this up. Give them a bit of a faster route over. Although they're going that way to build that, so I don't think it actually is a faster route. Oh well. Alright, Pom. This is where the... just as Pom becomes a lumberjack in Death Valley, this is when the bad tide's going to come. The zip lines, yeah, I haven't seen those yet. Like, I know they exist. I haven't played the game since that was introduced. I wonder whether that does away very much with the need to have different districts. I guess it does for things like this. What's the requirement for that? Metal, yeah. A quick and thrilling mode of travel. Movement speed 150. Okay, so it's not that much faster. Have we had a spatter dog harvest yet? Maybe not. Alright, new triple lodge. We get into paper? Get into paper though. So this is currently drawing 220. 120 plus 100, 220. Yeah, so we can have a bit more. But I think paper is just straight. Yeah, it's just logs. And it's 80. Yeah, I can't play without ladder mod, so that is literally the only mod that I currently have installed. I cannot play without that mod. I think the fact the game doesn't have that is stupid. Because it just makes staircases so much less annoying. Okay, so... that's interesting. That's weird. Because now you got the underground stuff. You can actually have the ghost go into the... Oh, that's weird. I need to get the power in there somehow. There needs to be like an L bracket that works like that, but there isn't one. There is no good way to do that. Other than dynamite here and then have the power go through that way. I do not have dynamite because I don't have paper and I don't have dynamite. So, let's get rid of that because we don't need that right now. Let's do paper mill. Thingy doodah. What's it? Okay. So what does paper allow? I've forgotten. So paper allows directly books. What is that second thing? I don't know what that second thing is. What the hell is that? Can you build connections for the power? Do you prefer not to? So you could. I could have done like a really messy thing around the back here to get the power like down and then over the ledge. Once I've got access to dynamite, everything changes, because then what you can do is you can build power trenches. So what I would typically do once I have dynamite and I'm going into a new area to build a whole bunch of industrial stuff, what I'll do is I'll dynamite trenches that go underneath the buildings, and I'll lay, because buildings will have power connections on the bottom. So I'll lay like the universal power connections. Does that exist in the base game actually? I always play with the power mod. I'm assuming that does exist. Transfers power. Connects upwards. Guess that's what that is? I've basically not played the game without the power mod, so I don't know how that works. But basically what I'd do with that mod is I'd have the universal connections and just fill the trench with the universal connections. And then it's basically like, you know, making an electronic circuit on a breadboard. Because then it doesn't matter where you put the buildings down, they're going to have power. So that's usually what I do. So essentially you have a power bus. So you have a power bus on one end, a power bus on the other end, and then the buildings connect the two buses. And it just works. But before you have access to dynamite, the only way you can do that is by building platforms. So what I could do, if I was going to use this area here to do that, is I could just fill this completely with platforms, and then have the power underneath the platforms. That's how I would do that. But yeah, generally speaking, I don't like doing
Hydrate.
space wasting power connections. What do you do? Oh no. Oh no, what do you do? Oh god, that's actually bad. Yeah, that one's it's not great. I don't know how this works either. So when you have a seep, can this seep fill up to its own altitude? Or when it seeps over there, does this become the new altitude? I don't know the answer to that question. Huh. I think it becomes the new altitude, so I think it will only fill that pool. Right? Probably? I think. You had a 4-hour power nap? Yeah, me too. I don't know how this works. I think I'm going to make an assumption that this is not going to overtop this pool. But that could be a dangerous assumption, but we're going to go with it. Because dealing with it will be fun if I'm wrong. Yeah, I might be wrong. Entirely possible. Paper. Okay, so let's make gear storage and paper storage. Yes, what is that thing? That's books. What is that? Punch cards? Is that books for bots? That's fantastic. That is great. So have they added well-being for bots? I guess they have. Interesting. So that means I can make... Oh, what was the thing I was going to unlock? Hang on. I was waiting for something. What was it? Oh, statue. We were going to put a statue there. Except I want it to be higher. Do you think you'll be better or worse at smithing after one margarita? Oh, better, definitely. Definitely better. Don't forget your tongs. Chances of forgetting tongs is going to increase, though. Can you reach that? You can reach up to that, right? There you go. City Skylines? No. But I have watched a lot of it being streamed. Oh, nice, nice, nice. We've got the spatter dog coming in. That's good. We got wet fur. Ah, yeah, I need to provide showers. Somewhere, somehow. We can maybe do that in here somehow. We don't know how to do this. So well-being, shower. Guess I could just build a little platform in here. Then I'd need to cut through there. Let's do it there. Let's go. Like that. And then do that. And then that. And then that. And then that. Something like that. Right, I'm now making paper. Which means I can make a printing press. However, I only have 100 hoop left. So we should probably do that over here. Let us build another geothermal engine. Yeah, punish the bad beavers, yep. Oh, Kevin's having a shower. Drunk. Ah! Screw you, Kevin. The stats, well, that's what we're in the middle of doing. So I've just made paper mill over here. I don't have enough power over here to do the printing press, but we'll do it over here. I spy some gaps. How's the clearance going, Clarence? Can you do those 3, please? Is this a thing? Can I do that? Cutting? I thought cutting priority was a thing, isn't it? Is that not a thing? I could have sworn that was a thing. Where did the pipes go? Where do the pipes go? That's a good question. From a game mechanical point of view, these are just sources. Demolish resource is a thing. Not for that, it's not. I guess it is, but it doesn't really help me. I could have sworn that there was a cutting order thing. Okay, once he's done that. So there are tunnels. This is not what that is, but there are tunnels. For example, here. See that little sort of cave down there? If I cut away the landscape. As a tunnel. So you've got to be, well, this is one of the new mechanics, you've got to be really careful. Because there'll be a little hole and then you won't notice it. And you're like, oh, it's okay, that bad wood is going to flow that way. And then it disappears down a little sinkhole and appears somewhere else. So you've got to be careful. You can also make tunnels yourself, so you can actually... where is it? There. So you can, once you have dynamite and extract, you can build tunnels yourself. And so you can put anything you like underground. So you can have like paths that go underground. You can have buildings that go underground. You can pass power through from like one area to another area. All very complicated. Yeah, big drainage tunnel. You could do all sorts of things. So basically, because when the game came out, I'm not a massive fan of that. Because when the game came out, the challenge was the fact that you couldn't do that. You were kind of limited in what you can do, but now that you can do literally anything in terms of building, so you can remove blocks, you can add blocks, you can build blocks on top of other blocks, you can put fertile blocks on top of infertile blocks, which you couldn't do before. And so you can have like an underground city with a farm on top, which was something that you could never do before. And I think while that does add a lot of creative late game latitude, I think it removes some of the challenge, which I used to find fun. And so I'm not completely okay with all of that new stuff. Some of it I don't know. I think I like it the way it used to be. Ninja Beaver, that's fine. That's fine. We got a hospital. We got a hospital. It's got visiting space. It's got a bush. Got lamps. They're being well cared for. Right, so if I'm gonna push this... Oh god, that's such a huge project. That's enormous. Because it needs to go that way. And also, I don't know how much is going to come out of this. I don't know how wide of a channel I need to deal with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outlets. Because I might make this like too wide and it's just going to go, nope, that's not enough. I have literally no idea. So I guess we'll make it, I don't know, 3 wide? 1, 2, 3, doop. Is that going to be enough? I don't know. I have no idea. Not a Scoobies. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea. No, wrong one. That's a lot of wood. That is a lot of wood. Holy moly. Save some wood by letting it go both directions up top. Letting it go both directions up top. I have no idea what you mean. Letting it go both directions up. What is up top? Don't know what you mean. Still don't know what you mean. You can't build in front of the pipe. It won't let you. I tried. So my plan is this so these 4 here and this 2 here, they all drain into this channel, which then goes over here and into this channel, which is nice and deep. Then that'll just go the same way that this seep is going. Ozma, That's the plan. As far as I can tell, that's the easiest plan. Despite the fact that it's still a lot of wood. Add some to the seep. Why? But no, because that's going to be 6 pipes worth going through a 1 high pool. That's not going to work. Probably. I'm guessing. Because then it's got to go through this 1 high, 2 wide channel here. That's not going to happen. It's going to overtop. I'm assuming that when it comes out of here, it really comes out. So I'm going to do my plan. Because I think my plan's better. Could you build it so the fore and front flow over the back two and then down the back valley? That's what she said. Not without dynamite, no. I would have to build this even higher because then you'd be talking about overtopping this part here. Which means that this would need to be at least another like 3 higher. In which case it might as well still go that way because this, you know, you get this coming down to here for free. So, yeah. It might be quicker for me to wait until I've got dynamite. But we're doing this now. Plus, I've only got another 50 minutes, so it's not going to get done anyway. You've over-beavered your beavers. Oh, no. Plus, this might kill us all anyway. So there's that. Yeah, it's really hard to tell when you're in this kind of isometric view how high things are. Like that pass there is considerably higher than here. Yeah, I forgot what this one's called. I think it was the last one. They all on the previews, they all look kind of similar. I should probably do planks because we're a little bit short on planks. And I can fit 2 more lumber mills on here. Now we're going to come up against the I don't have any wood problem. Because, yeah. Who didn't pick up? Hello? Why is this oak left over? Oh, did I cut off your stairs? Is that why? Sorry. Didn't mean to. Now we've run out of logs. Are you inside the cutting thingy? No. They seem to be complete. Oh, I've done it again. Construction priority. No wonder they're building that. There we go. Keep pressing the wrong one. There we go. Because both of those priority setting thingies look the same. It's very easy to make a mistake. I should probably look at farming these trees as well. Granon's question. With the flow pipes, if you build a box in front of them, will the water get out? Oh yeah, so I think these are, I'm assuming, and I think it's a reasonable assumption, that these are the same as water sources, like in the old game. And probably on the old maps as well. So once this flows, it's not like the seeps where they get up to a certain level and stop. These will just keep filling. And so if you put them into a tank that doesn't have an outflow, they'll just overtop it. So it's got to go somewhere. It can't just be a tank. Can I cover it? I don't have the tech to do that. Because that would require iron beam things. I don't know whether it will let you do that. It might do, actually. But you would need... probably, I'm guessing, impermeable floor. Although, I don't know whether that works vertically upwards. It definitely works vertically downwards. I don't have the... I can't do an infill box right now. I don't have the tech. That requires metal. Because there's a few different ways of doing that, but all of them require metal. Which I do not have. Because you've got these overhangs, but these overhangs are not solid. And so I'm not entirely sure even how you would do that, to be honest. Because I can't build on that tile at all. So it would be something like do an overhang halfway up the cliff, which is really hard to get the ghost for. Think you can do that somehow? You can certainly do that with a mod. Or like put a metal platform down there or something. There'll probably be a way of doing it. But then whether that is impermeable from underneath, I don't know. It would, so the impermeable floor which you have to put down to make water flow. If you want to make an aqueduct, for example, you have to use this. Otherwise, water can just flow through the tile vertically. Well, vertically downwards. So if you want to build an aqueduct, you have to use impermeable floor. But I don't know whether that stops water coming up. You would assume that it would do. So I don't know. So there will probably be a way of doing it. Because, you know, ultimately you can make enclosed, overbuilt areas. You can definitely do that. But that is very late game. And I cannot do that right now. Get those going. We need to move you. Let's mark this entire thing as lower priority. Because if you don't give them any priority, they will build in the order that you placed. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, we might be all about to die, just so you're aware. Because I've made an assumption about how that works that might not be correct. Guess we'll find out. I think that is just because of the volume increasing. I think it will stabilize. Right? It's going to stabilize, right? Smelting is hard? No, it's not. What did you do? Yeah, I don't think it works how I thought it works. I may, in fact, have made an ass out of me and you. Hopefully not. No, I think I am right. Pantel? No, it's just filling in. So my theory was it's not going to be able to overtop any more than this one is. Because once it's flowed down into that basin, it doesn't have any more power than it had up here. And so it can only ever lift itself one tile. And so I'm pretty sure once it kind of reaches equilibrium, that it's not going to be able to overtop. But that is a big assumption. Where does the hole go? No, the hole, it's not a hole, it's just a dip. It's not a tunnel. Oh no, it is a tunnel. Where does that go? That's a good question. Where do you... Oh, okay. Oh, alright, okay. In which case, that's no problem. Right, okay. So, that comes out there. Right. Does that change what I'm doing with this? Oh, that might actually change what I'm doing with that. Because we can cut this part out. It's not a huge change. You were right, but not because you were right. Apart from Ozamar, who was backseating. Yeah, we can, as long as it's that high, assuming that the 4 pipes can go through this channel here, which is a bit of an assumption. It might be better to be a bit safer than sorry. I might still build that, you know, because then we can put power up here. No, because it's not flowing permanently. What we don't need anymore is the bit that's already built. Kind of, yeah. Sort of. But this is going to be tall enough for that. But I don't know if that's wide enough to take this flow, because I don't know how flowy this flow is. Because I could build this up another level and have it go through this channel, which is like 7 wide. And that would almost certainly be enough. But the question is, the wood that I gain back from demolishing that and not building it is about the same as bringing this up by 1 level, so it doesn't really change anything. So I think I'm just going to carry on. Can we pick this up, please, team? Anyone? Do I need a bloody lumberjack down there to pick that up? I think I do.
Hydrate.
Can you guys increase the rate of the hydrate today? Do I seriously need to do that to pick that up? Oh my god. I look thirsty. I am thirsty. There's fire everywhere. Okay, alright, okay. I need to... What did you do? What did you do? Did you burn the house down? Hey, wait. You can't have burnt the house down. The smelting area is nowhere near the house. So what did you do? Don't worry, I'm not worried. What did you do? Are you streaming Vintage Story in a bit? What is... Okay, fair enough. Quiet is streaming Fallout 5 using the Vintage Story map. You're gonna fix it before I come back, okay? What have you done? I'm trying to think, like, if a fire started by the like, the smithing area. Because, okay, so you could have started a grass fire, which could get quite bad. Because that could potentially, like, get to the house. That must be what you've done, surely. But the house is made of stone. I can't envisage what you've done. The berry bushes? I don't think they burn. Probably, maybe they do. She could have potentially burnt all the crops. The house was made of stone. It's now made of glass. All right, let's use this to make a printing press. I do, Brett, yes. In fact, I do. Burned all the flowers around the bees. I mean, it would be a challenge to get a fire from the smelting area over to the bees. That's quite a long way. Through all the berry bushes, I might add. Made the server go into live show mode. Yeah, that can definitely happen. If you because you can literally invent your story. If you have fire spreading turned on, you can literally walk up to a tree in a forest, just hold a torch to it, and set fire to the tree, and then that tree can set fire to everything else. Also on that server, I have lightning fires turned on, and so the lightning can create fires on its own. So Shift plus scroll wheel allows you to cycle through the options in the Open Build tab. Shift plus scroll. I mean, surely it's easier just to move the mouse. She's now the master. No, well, if she's burnt everything down, it's hers now. You know? It's ceased to be ours. It's now hers. She can have it. That like burning wood smell never goes away. Oh, this needs metal blocks. Bollocks. Well, I guess we're doing metal. So there's metal there. We won't get into this before I finish, but there's metal there, there's metal there, and that requires a district. That requires a district. Ah, we're not going to get to that. That's annoying. I kind of want there to be a bad tide so I can test my solution, but I think on easy they don't happen very often at all. So I want to see what these pipes do. Also, I really need a pee, and I'm not sure if I can last 25 minutes. So we might have to end a little tiny bit early. You burnt it, you bought it. Exactly. Exactly. You can't last 5 minutes? You can pee and see what she did at the same time. Well, not literally the same time. Do you want me to log into the Vintage Story server? Should we do that for 10 minutes? And then I'll finish. What do you mean, no? So we've established with that capital, you know, the all caps no, that it's whatever it is, it's bad. Whatever it is, it's really, really bad. Quiet, is it still on fire? Please tell me you're going to stream this in a bit so that I can raid you and everyone can point and laugh. Nothing's on fire. Are you streaming it? Are you going to stream it shortly? So that we can come and have a look? You don't drink and stream. That's a wise policy. Maybe you should extend that to smelting. Nothing is on fire. Why have you said that twice? Why did you feel it necessary to say that twice? What I think is something on fire is the better question. It depends on your definition of on fire. You said it twice because of reassurance. I see. Smelter. Oh, looks like we might do metal after all. It is a tradition to burn down entire buildings in Vintage Story, so you're not alone. I've done it. Grumbles has done it. You've yet to burn anything down. Then what have you done? Did you burn it? Did you burn something up? Did you set fire to the tool racks and the shelves of the smithing thing? Have you killed all the tools? No? Okay. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think like physically what you could have done. How do you find copper with these markings? What do you mean, markings? Oh, what you mean when you've picked it up off the surface? And you've left a marker on the map. So when you find surface copper, so the copper bits, they're called, that means that directly underneath that bit is a copper node. And so if you marked it accurately, if you dig a shaft straight downwards using your shovel and then your pickaxe, if you keep going down, eventually you will come to a copper deposit. It's probably not going to be that deep. So typically somewhere between like 2 and 10 tiles, something like that. So if you take ladder, start going downwards and like put ladder every other tile, and then eventually under your feet you'll see a copper seam, and then you can kind of like dig out sideways. If there was only one bit on the surface, it's probably not going to be a very big seam. If there was like a patch of like 5 or 6 like we found over in the desert, then it's probably going to be quite a big seam. If the terrain is quite flat, then the deposit will be quite flat. If the terrain's a bit lumpy, then it could be quite difficult to find all the pieces without a prospecting pick. So if you go for something where it's fairly flat, it should be fairly easy. That's how. But you need a working pickaxe. think she's destroyed the storage, I think, somehow. Even though the ore was in an inflammable vessel, I think somehow she has found a way to destroy the storage. Or there was 23 pieces of copper, I think. So did you smelt that into something that you didn't mean to? And so now you need to go and find more copper to make a new pickaxe? Is that it? Did you somehow pour the wrong thing? There's more than 23, was there? I noticed you used the word was, not is. I thought you had a watering can, though. Oh? Oh, I missed. Oh, it's because this isn't built. Okay, so let's do... How do these work? Oh, they're unit... Oh, okay, interesting. Okay. Right, so that's going to let us make metal, which is going to let us make a printing press. Glad she was drinking a margarita and not maple syrup. Why is maple syrup flammable? Too soon? Okay, so you two... have finished. I think we can add another one of these. Showers seem popular. Let's get. Can you reach that? You can. You have anything to do? Why are you telling me? Oh, because that's growing. Yeah, you can. You can step now. Oh, I missed this one. Unstable core, 8 days. What do you do? What? Is that gonna do anything? Oh. Can I get to that in 8 days? I don't think I can. No, it just means I don't have a problem with science. It's just that it's a big relic and it's worth 3,000 science. The ones I picked up so far have been worth 200. So it's gonna destroy that. And so I would lose out on potentially 3,000 science, but that's not a big deal. That's okay. You don't need the stinky human science anyway. Stop complaining. Take a packed lunch with you. What's wrong with you? I haven't unlocked packs. I've unlocked lunches. What's wrong with you? Oh, I probably need to build some haulers. That's probably a good plan about now. Haulers make the world go round. Yeah, we definitely need haulers. Haulers and more beavers. Once you start to see things like this, where you've got like resources sitting in a gathering node, you need more haulers. When you see, you know, like lumberjacks sitting on their asses because their storage is full of wood, but there's space, then you need haulers. Your logistics is jammed. Sky Shark, hello. Welcome. Alright, that's the last birch from that one. Alright. Hang on. Where did the beavers who were about to go in there go? Hello? Building understaffed. Yes, I'm aware. Okay, maybe let's back that off. There we go. Hopefully that will grease the wheels a little bit. Right, you done? Breed, damn it. Wow, that's busy. Holy crap. Oh, I never did build a campfire. It could have, and I just didn't. How are things? Ups and downs. When were you last here? Because the answer to your question will very much depend on when you were last here. The last week has not been great. I've had better weeks. The next 3 months are gonna suck. Over a year, yeah, I'm being evicted from my house, so the next 3 months are gonna be icky. But we'll get through it. Icky and expensive. It's not ideal, no. So that's a teeny bit stressful. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Nah, it'll be right in the end. Hopefully. Either that or I'll end up homeless. One of the two. At least nothing's on fire. Yet. They're actually making pretty good progress with that. Unfortunately, all that extra wood that I was harvesting is now run out, so we're back to probably not having very much wood. Cool, that'll be the campfire. I just had some deaths. What would not improve this situation? Fire. There are not many situations which are improved by adding fire. Barbecues, pretty good. Fire on the beach, pretty good. Pretty much anything else, probably bad. Inside your car's engine, probably okay. Yeah. Beacon fires to call for the help of Gondor. Probably okay. Mountains not particularly flammable. Pretty much everything else, not great. Recipe books. What? How have I gone from... Okay. How did I go from having no one to having everyone? Yeah, fire adjacent to the car engine, not so much. The engine, the fire needs to stay inside the engine, ideally. They grew up, they did, all at once. All at once. That's pretty much all that can power. We've made a book. We have given them the gift of knowledge. So now they can go like, hang on a minute. Running all the way over here every day to build this stupid wall is stupid. Uh-oh. Bye, science. Bye. It melted part of the ladder truck. Oof. Wow. No science. I got plenty of my own science. Don't need the stinking human science. It's the human science that got him into trouble in the first place. And out of wood. It's funnily enough, we're building a massive wooden wall. It's using up all the wood. There's not really any more convenient dead forest, so I think that's pretty much going to slow us down for the end of the stream. But we did make a book. Quiet still hasn't said whether she... Oh, no, she did. She says she's not drinking a stream. Hello.
ICH.
Yet you wouldn't do anything different.
Yes. Very funny. Thank you for that. We haven't had that many beaver puns today. Thank you very much for the 100 biddies. Yeah, this is going to slow down now because I've run out of wood. So the next step would have to be like extra plantation, blah, 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 blah. So I think we will call it there. Well, it's kind of interesting. This seep mechanic is interesting. It's really weird to be on a map that doesn't have a flowing river. That is very strange. That's really kind of thrown me. I kind of like the whole... Obviously, it's a bit different on the first playthrough of a map, but I kind of like this, you know, there's exploding bombs that can do stuff. I'm actually now trying not to look too hard at where they are. Because I kind of like the, you've got 10 days. Okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it does. I was trying to work out, like, so like this seep here, for example, which is probably going to flow the same amount as a freshwater seep, if you allow it to, which is the confusing thing with these, right? Here, if I turn on the, there, you know, it is flowing. The only problem is that because of the fact that it's a seep and it can't fill more than one tile, you would struggle to make depth. And I can't remember exactly how the water wheels work in terms of the depth and efficiency. I think that would probably be fine if you did, like, you know, like that. I think that would work. But yeah, so it's not so much to do with the volume of the flow, it's more the complexity caused by the fact that you can't raise the level. You can never raise the level, because if I block this off, it would just fill up to the top of the block and then stop. So, yeah, I'm struggling to like wrap my head around the all the implications of this, and it's very counterintuitive, especially when you've played the game for a long time, where the sources just fill up, you know, fill up a sink until it's full and then overflow. This does not do that. And so it's kind of hard to think of engineering solutions But that's just a matter of experience, I guess. Anyway. Maybe we'll pick that up at some point. We'll see. Hydrostatic equilibrium, something like that. I'm sort of thinking of it as head lift. So I'm thinking of those sinks, the seeps, as having head lift. So they have like a 1 block head lift. Whereas the old style water source has effectively infinite head lift. It will just keep going. So if you think about it, this actually makes more sense, but it's kind of weird that it's only 1 tile. Right, I'm gonna go and feed my rumbly belly. So we're not giving you to peace and quiet. Though, oh, Templar's on. Templar has a face. Is he gonna be on? He might be on, actually. Would you like to see what Templar looks like? He's got a beard. He's got a beard, chat. YouTube, I'm going to turn you off. Thank you very much for hanging out. Kick, you will be turned off when Twitch leaves. At some point, I'll figure out if I can do kick raids, although I'm not sure I can handle 2 sets of raids. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Tomorrow will be Tempera is real. Tomorrow we will be doing ships. Tuesday will be ships. Wednesday will be a EU afternoon stream to play Everwind with Grumbles. So Grumbles and I have both got keys for it, so we want to try it together because it has multiplayer. So we're going to go and do Everwind together for a bit, which will probably mean on Wednesday I'll do the afternoon stream and then I'll stop when he stops. So there won't be an evening stream on Wednesday. Also, I'm probably at some point next week possibly going to go and have to do a viewing. Hopefully that won't be Wednesday, because I'm going to have to go and start looking at properties. So, and that's an all-day thing because I have to go and drive and do it. So, just be aware that, as I said during the week, at any point I might have to, at very short notice, cancel a stream because I'm going to go and do a viewing. So, it's just what it is. I'm sorry about that. It's just how it is. If you want to see me briefly